is really my honor to welcome you today to the third University of Mpumalanga Research and Innovation Day. This annual gathering has become a significant event in our institutional calendar. It is an opportunity not only to showcase our research excellence, but also to celebrate the intellectual vibrancy that defines the University of Mpumalanga. Today, we reflect on how far we have come as a young and rapidly growing institution. In just a few years, UMP has significantly expanded its research footprint, increased its postgraduate enrollments, strengthened partnerships, and intensified, certainly, our commitment to innovation and community-centered scholarship. The fact that we are hosting the third Research and Innovation Day is evidence of a maturing research culture, one that is inclusive, ambitious, and deeply rooted in responding to the needs of our province, our country, and our continent. This year, we gather under a powerful and fitting theme: Discover, Innovate, Innovation, Discover, and Transform. Three words that not only capture the essence of research, but also mirror the identity and aspirations of the University of Mpumalanga. Innovation challenges us to reimagine what is possible. At UMP, innovation is not limited to laboratories or technology alone. It is reflected in the new ways we approach teaching and learning, the solutions we co-create with communities, the advancement we make in strategic operations, and the bold ideas our researchers pursue across diverse fields. Discover speaks to the heart of research, our shared pursuit of knowledge. UMP has built a dynamic environment where discovery thrives. Each discovery made here strengthens our identity as a university committed to excellence and to relevance. And Transform, colleagues, reminds us why we do what we do. Research only reaches its highest purpose when it transforms lives, communities, and the world around us. At UMP, transformation is visible in the impact of our research outputs, our community-engaged projects, and our commitment to inclusive development. It is also reflected in our growing postgraduate cohort, the next generation of scholars who will lead the transformation agenda beyond our borders. Today's event is a celebration of these three pillars: innovation that imagines new futures, discovery that deepens understanding, and transformation that uplifts society. To our researchers, thank you for your dedication, creativity, and continued pursuit of excellence. To our students, I hope today ignites your curiosity and encourages you to become the innovators and change makers that our world needs. You are central to the future of research at this institution. And to our partners at other universities, industry, government, and civil society, we highly value your collaboration. Your support ensures that the research conducted here has real-world impact, and also that it reaches the communities it is meant to serve. Our program for today, dear colleagues, contains a rich collection of intellectual engagement, of debate, and new ideas. I would like to highly acknowledge the excellent speakers in advance and the external experts who are gracing us with their participation today. We will also invite you to a very exciting set of exhibitions outside on the veranda, and Professor Okujuba will introduce that at the appropriate time. So therefore, as we begin this day, I encourage all of us to embrace the spirit of our theme. Let us innovate boldly, Let us discover fearlessly, and let us transform intentionally. May the conversations, presentations, and ideas shared today inspire new collaborations and open pathways to a more sustainable, equitable, and knowledge-rich future. Welcome, colleagues, and thank you. I'm very pleased to introduce our eminent Vice-Chancellor, Professor Tenjiwe Myiwa, a highly acknowledged and rated scholar in her own right, not only to this first Research and Innovation Day that she participates for UMP in, but of course the first of many. I must say, colleagues, you would have seen the inspiring and eloquent vision that was published this morning of the Vice-Chancellor. And you did see also, of course, not only the welcome but necessary and fundamental focus on an integrated nature of the core mandate areas of the university, with innovation first, of course, and foremost among those areas, but with a clear focus and investment scenario for research and then innovation. We are very pleased about this new energy, about this new leadership, and certainly the bolstering of research and innovation at the university. Professor Myiwa, thank you in advance. You are very welcome.
Thank you, Program Director. I'll assume that you are Program Director. Okay, I don't know what it doesn't understand, but in any case, it is what it is. We are Research and Innovation Daying today, our third one. Thank you, Prof. Strubel, for that. Let me acknowledge my colleagues from the executive management that I'm seeing. I don't see if others are here, but the Program Director, as well as our DVC TNL, Professor Tawara Masalesele, our Dean, some of SIN, our heads of schools, distinguished researchers, colleagues, collaborators from other universities, partners, students from here and elsewhere, and honored guests, generally, good morning, Luchan, Ksile, Sanbonan. It is a privilege for me to stand before you this morning on this important third UMP R&I Day. Today we gather under this theme that has been laid out by Professor Strubel. We innovate, we discover, and indeed we want to transform. For me, it feels like it's the continuation of the weekend, because from Thursday, as UMP as probably may have seen, we scooped, yes, Prof. Kanayo there, we've scooped some awards at the Youth African Entrepreneurship Institute event that was founded by APSA, Visa, and other collaborators. So for us, it's a continuation. Should I say it's a lifestyle, not a continuation? So we live to innovate, to discover, to transform. And entrepreneurially, we experienced and lived that out at this past weekend and just before that weekend. Now, this theme is not merely a slogan, and the activists on me, although I don't jump up and down in the streets like I used to have mellowed, I used to be so much in the streets in my past life, it's a time to reflect as an institution on our identity as a collective, a reminder that we're not only growing, but we are a future-facing university. We need to be thinking about the future, what the future is meant to be bringing for us. Hence, as Prof. Strubel said, it's the heartbeat that is innovation. For any modern university, it is the courage to ask, what if? And it's a determination to pursue answers meaningfully and reshape the world. You will recall that during the COVID season, when Brother COVID visited, it must have been a man, when Brother COVID visited, we all relied on research. It was the only time that we thought researchers and the the data they produced were important. For every day, if you recall it, let's just hear what the researchers are saying. Let's just hear what the researchers are saying. Sadly, that has died out a bit. And as it dies out, it's died out with the funding. But that as it may be, within UMP and with our partners that are here this morning and this day through into the evening, we are innovating not only, as Prof. Strubel said, confined to the laboratories, confined to the high-tech spaces. But just this weekend, actually let me not say this weekend, just this past yesterday, Prof. Ludidi and I were talking about this. Prof. Ludidi is the Dean of Agriculture and Natural Sciences faculty. We are, as we were talking on the phone, he said to me, I'm in the field, and it's a Sunday, and I'm thinking, come on, Prof. On a Sunday, that's how we want to reimagine this UMP, to be wearing our boots, to be out there, whether it's a weekend, and, sorry to all our religions, we value them, but at times when we need to have community cohesion, when we need to be having inclusive growth, we really need to have this mission before us. The second theme within the bigger theme, to discover, very much at the heart of it, is the truth that it's better to research with some lived experiences at the back of our minds, the willingness to challenge assumptions, to explore new frontiers, to ensure that we navigate and look at the unknown, to actually say, as UMP and with our partners, not just only in the higher education sector, but within the communities, where do we want to place ourselves? Not just in the classrooms, not just in the laboratories, not just in the villages, but within SADC, within the entire continent. And indeed, we've just walked out of the G20 within the whole world. And if your eyes are on the ground, you'll know the declaration that's come up. Although it's a long document, we haven't read it, but we got it, did it. Again, despite all the bullying from elsewhere, I shall name not people. The work of discovery for us as researchers and during this day is not simply about indeed producing data, producing publications that are going to be sitting on the shelves, but it is, and for me in particular, as the captain of this ship, I'm proud as a researcher myself, although limping a lot because of being an academic bureaucrat now, that we need to embrace this passion of not just only having research, but one that has integrity, one that's collaborative, one that has co-governance in it, one that is cooperative, and one that has empathy within it. Prof. Strubel said we need to change lives, hence the transformation. And often when you talk about transformation, when you look at demographics, it's not about demographics, it's just about how. Please, marketing folks, we need to get rid of this. We could have used a code to scan and really be in this century as the animals of this technology age. Therefore, transformation is not just only visible, it shouldn't be only in our boardrooms, shouldn't be only in our policies, but we should live it out in the way that we do. Let us be thinkers, doers, innovators. Often they say, as an innovator, you should be a crazy person. It is therefore, as I end, Prof. Strubel, my hope that we will have collective responsibility, energy as we push along R&I and ensure that we live it out in a transformative way, in a way that is collaborative. I believe that collaboration is the new currency. If you fail to collaborate, you may as well go home and you die out, actually. So within that, we want to do it embracing our values, doing it with excellence. And as we look far ahead, as we throw the javelin, which is what I want us to do, far ahead, let us look at this day, this program, as the universities, part of the universities of the future. And we have rich panel engagements. If you look at that program, I mean, it encourages us to actively engage deeply, share generously, and indeed continue to innovate with purpose, discover, with curiosity and transform with humanity and with empathy in whatever we're doing. Therefore, I want us to celebrate this day, celebrate what we're looking forward to, and think of the future that we're not even there, because we have a baton to hand over to the next generation. Let's start ensuring that the beacon, the knowledge, the impact that we want to have indeed is one that is transformative. Ngiyabonga.
Professor Miyiwa, thank you indeed. Words of inspiration, of direction, of excellence. We are with you, all of us are together with each other. And we look forward to this challenge. We look forward to innovate and discover and transform. Thank you for your continued support. Thank you for the support in future, Professor Miyiwa, and we certainly are inspired. May we please have another round of applause. Some comments from me, Prof. Miyiwa. I cannot resist to also mention, while Professor Okajuba is present, that of course the Safari team has also been shortlisted for major awards at the Entrepreneurship Development and Higher Education Award ceremony on this coming Wednesday evening, EDHE. So the award keeps flowing in, but it is also based on excellence. So congratulations in advance. I also want to make use of the opportunity, colleagues, to mention a number of prominent guests and visitors, some who will not remain a visitor for long among them, and that is in the form of Professor Lembe Magwaza from Cranfield University. We look forward to welcome him very shortly to the University of Mpumalanga as a new research chair of the NRF. You are very welcome, Lembe. That research chair also is linked, of course, to what you have seen. We have announced the very prominent Germany-Africa Center of Excellence in Food Systems and Data, which the University of Mpumalanga is a partner in, and one of the prominent partners and PIs of that very large program directed by Professor Ndiko Ludidi is the University of Hohenheim in Germany. So I'm very pleased to welcome in our audience today and tonight Dr. Thorben Skilling and Dr. Marcus Gissen as senior representatives from Hohenheim. Welcome. Thank you indeed. And then, colleagues, a final comment before we introduce the main speaker. I am very pleased, Professor Miyiwa, that you have mentioned the magnificent conclusion of the G20 on Sunday. It didn't only show the prowess of the country, but indeed the continent, and the solidarity of science as we advance for collective development. The University of Mpumalanga has been very fortunate to play quite a series of prominent roles within the series of G20 engagements this year. Firstly, of course, by hosting the second Research and Innovation Working Group meeting during the end of May. Secondly, our really prominent influence in two of the three streams of the G20 agricultural ministers, and that is also where this large center of excellence that Hohenheim and Lembe is here has been launched during that time, and numerous other engagements by individual researchers of UMP. I am very pleased about that, colleagues, not just for the positionality of that, but because of the influence and the excellence that our researchers bring to really speak at that level and participate on that stage. So we acknowledge that and thank everyone. We are very, very pleased, colleagues, then, to have in the house the eminent Dr. Beverly de Mons as our keynote speaker today, who will speak about universities of the future in the context of the theme of this third Research and Innovation Day. And it's really my pleasure to request Dr. Vodi van Solms from the School of Hospitality and Tourism Management to introduce Dr. de Mons. Thank you indeed.
Good morning, everybody. I'd like to acknowledge the Vice-Chancellor, Prof. Mihiwa, the DVC Research, Innovation and Internationalization, Prof. Strubel, external stakeholders, MANCO members, fellow researchers and academics. It is my honor today to introduce the keynote speaker, Dr. Beverly de Montse. She is currently the Senior Advisor, Science Enterprises in the Office of the Dean of Science at the University of Witwatersrand, where she drives strategic alignment and sustainability of a portfolio of academic-led commercial science enterprises. She has over 20 years of senior executive leadership experience within the South African science and education system, including serving as the first Managing Director of the South African Agency for Science and Technology Advancement. As the first female group executive of the National Research Foundation's corporate executive, she played a significant role in advancing the NRF's mission. She currently serves as the chairman of the board of the Conversation Africa and is a trustee of the board of the Energy Mobility Education Trust. Dr. de Montse obtained her BSc Science, Microbiology and Plant Pathology. She also has got a bachelor's in education and a master's in education from the then University of Natal, which is now the University of KwaZulu-Natal. In addition, she obtained a PhD in Education Policy and Management from the University of Pretoria. Dr. Montse, we welcome you to the stage and we look forward to what you've got to share.
Okay. This is called a disruption. Leadership, this is this day, for the third time, as Prof has said, is becoming embedded as part of the culture of research and innovation in the University of Mpumalanga. To all the senior executive colleagues leading in times of change within this organization, to researchers, students, stakeholders, partners, all who play a major part in the everyday operational and strategic life of the university. Good morning and thank you very much. I just wanted to say, Prof, it's an exciting time that you get to lead an organization in its second decade of a trajectory that really seems to be on the up and the up. I must tell you, I sat and read the Leadership magazine, in which was a special edition of UMP, and one is left inspired to really understand just what the beginning conversations were and how you get to 2024 and now into 2025 And as you said, it's a moment, for me it's a pivotal moment, I suspect as a leader, but also as a university in a global context that's really, really changing. Every day in a number of ways we get up and there's something different happening. So I really think that it's a particular time, and that actually relates to the theme of the day in the sense of innovating, discovering, but also at the same time transforming. I think there's been lots of reference to the G2025, and just if you think of that as a global forum for talking about the economic transformation of the world and how countries should be progressing, even though we might be skeptical about whether that's actually the discussion that's happening and there are underlying politics, I think that the fact, as you said, that we are part of that global engagement is really good, and that we are leading in our South African presidency of that particular event, but also the fact that University of Mpumalanga played such a pivotal role earlier in the year in May in leading what was then called the S20, if I recall, Science 20. And I remember our dean was going to a meeting, and I'm like, he says, no, I'm going to the S20. I'm like, what is the S20? I thought we have a G20. He says, no, science. Science is the real thing at that time as a member of the Academy of South Africa. So to have your university lead from a position of influence really is strategic, but I hope you also take away from it as members, either staff or students or partners with university, that the brand of the university is just as important. It's growing, and if you have a brand and the influence, yes, I agree, you are on an upward trajectory, but you need to protect it in a number of ways. I understand that you are also just finished, we finished G20, you are having your research day and then going into the National Global Science Conference that will be held here as well, early December. And this is a time when we are really just faced with issues of food and food security and pollution and global disease and pandemics, and lots of challenges that interact with our natural environment and human growth explosion. So it was once again a critical time to be part of that conversation. And given my own background, I hope you are really aware of the fact that in Pretoria in early December, we're going to host the World Federation of Science Journalists. And they are going to be visiting different universities and also talking to the research, because science journalism is a field to be protected and grown, and I'm happy to hear that there are thoughts around it. So we have these areas where at the same time we have an unemployment rate that luckily has just fallen from 33.9% to 31% in Q3. But we have 84% of multinational companies in South Africa saying that they cannot find the required professional skills and aligned experience for employment, which links back to qualified and still looking for jobs. So we have, as everybody talked about, we have a country and a state and a position of flux, which really talks to how we balance all of this to use it as the best springboard going into your next period of growth and consolidation. So I think all of that really speaks to today, and simply because where I think UMP, through the conversations today, will reassert the centrality of research and innovation to the overall development of the university. Both Professor Strubel and the Vice-Chancellor began to speak that message and really emphasizes the real-world applicability of both research and innovation, right? And it's that kind of applicability where the research must change through its tangible products, the quality of life of the people. And unless we are doing that, we are really not really talking to this agenda of innovate, discover, and transform. So after that, I just want to say, Yuma, I have a heading, or let's say a title of my presentation, which says, Recatalyzing Change. For a university of the future, for the university of now, for who you want to be. I'm sure there's a next 10-year strategy coming up very soon, given you've passed just another 10. And I think you have done and you've catalyzed a lot of change, but change is never a once-off thing. It's never an event. It's going to be a continual process where we re-energize, as you said, you reimagine. So I'm just looking at the issue of what lies ahead for you as a university as part of a global ecosystem in terms of recatalyzing for embracing this innovation. And you've embraced it right through your vision. You choose to say that it is going to be linked to innovation, that you're going to become this African university leader. And so we do that, I think, today. And on this trajectory, I'm going to then start by having a look at, since innovation is a spoken intention, a spoken goal, a spoken criteria, intentional criterion for a standard for the University of Mpumalanga, I thought I might just start with this slide. And not so much that you need to go through all of the little boxes, but what I want us to do is to have a look at it from where you're sitting, from your position, and realize, first of all, that this innovation, to get there, to make it meaningful, is first of all an ecosystem approach. There is not one of these boxes that is disconnected or isolated or siloed from the other. You may look at it and say to yourself, we really need to see all of these boxes, or we choose as University of Mpumalanga to have a unique alignment to our particular mission. But in this ecosystem approach, you are going to see that you may have a look at it and see that you've done certain boxes that are ticked. There are others that are in development. There are others that maybe, if you're sitting here from the social sciences and humanities, you say, this is too high tech. You know, I don't see myself here. And yet, when we talk about a strategic plan for innovation, any strategic plan for innovation that only speaks to technological innovation is limping. It needs to speak to the full range of what you as a university expect to become. So it's not innovation for science, or innovation for biotech, or innovation for nanotechnology, or innovation for AI-led initiatives right now as the currency. But it's innovation within research for the broad spectrum of what it is you're wanting to achieve at the university. And so we can go through all of these and just see that you would need different people to play roles. It's an all-of-university approach. And I see that you have a technology transfer office, or what we call an innovation support office, being formalized. It's approved, but formalized going through from next year. And it would be a mistake for those of us who are just researchers or students and not working in the administrative side of this particular office to think, well, innovation is the responsibility of the TTO office. And it will move from there. Professor Struble and the TTO manager can deal with where we go next. And so we have to see that we need all kinds of support, and specifically that it's a global initiative that is in all of the spaces, and that engagement, as was mentioned, becomes. So I see this as a chance at this point just to reaffirm approaches you want, but also to change your mind, because I think that is the privilege of moving forward. You can change your mind about the directions, given the evidence that says this is what is needed. And so really from that point, I just want to make that particular point. I'm using a basic template, a basic status as it is of what would be looked at WITS. But I'm sure if tomorrow you drew up your own, it would also be quite heavily populated. And I think that's exactly what you want to look at and you want to think about quite critically. If you think of us at WITS, in 2022, WITS celebrated their centenary. You are going into your, just past your 10th year anniversary and going into the second decade. But I've only put the slide on to show you that in October this year, this was the inaugural Faculty of Science Innovation Showcase. So you're having an all-of-university showcase today, and at some point, we got to hand over the baton to faculty to take ownership at grassroots level. My experience of WITS tells me that the university and the research and everything's run in the schools, and the rest of the people really just carry on there. So unless you get in the schools, you're going to be fighting a really, really steep hike. You know, and this is where we are now, is realizing you cannot give it over to the TTO office. You cannot give it over to the WITS Innovation Center. We really need to bring it into the daily operations of researcher A, B, and C, and give them the opportunities and the accountability to move in this. We're driving to become more adaptable and more innovative and more accessible. It's very hard to do that when you have a heavy centralized system driven by a possibility. Because sometimes you just say commercialization, license, patent, all those names in the process, and you've lost a researcher right there. So I think, you know, this is possibly just showing the system and some of the small areas that we are moving. But really, I just want to talk about the softer options in that sense, and the mindset into the future as you grow this innovation agenda. If you think about big ideas, if you saw there, everything is about big ideas, but innovation just isn't about that idea. It's about how to bring about the mindset that changes that idea into reality. And that's why you need all those blocks, because it's a process. It's just not an individual thing. And it usually requires a team. I had, the other is the issue of fixed mindsets and growth mindsets. I'm not sure if you could think of yourself, where would you put yourself? But really a fixed mindset creates boundaries. This is mine, my lab, my students, my computer, don't use my printer. We have like really fixed boundaries that we create. That's not written anywhere. A growth mindset is a different mindset. A growth mindset is just going to say, I'm going to, out of this, looking for the opportunity, reimagining the future, we're really going to become resilient, adaptable, and there's just continuous learning taking place. And a growth mindset. And if you think, like I'm not always in the faculties or with the researchers, but I was in a situation where a researcher really walked out of a meeting, a small meeting that we were in, because the issue was about change. And they said to us, but why do you want to do that? It's working the way it's working. Don't fix what isn't broken. How many times have you heard that? Doesn't mean if it's not broken, it's going to get you to where you want to go. There will be another lane that goes a little bit faster, a little bit more exciting, a little more cost efficient, and hopefully have a greater impact. So this mindset, and we need to think about it for ourselves, I think, honestly. And then as a university, we need to break barriers. You know, really, the siloed culture we need to take the behavior that goes with that and slowly, get it to a different stage. And then in this mindset, just look at those 3 core pillars. You've got to believe it's necessary. You might hear the Vice-Chancellor be really excited about the innovation potential of the next years that are coming, the years into the future that you can't even see right now. And if you say that's her problem, and you don't see the necessity for that, then it really becomes a uphill struggle. My personal one is the second one, personal agency, especially for students. If you're part of your probably 11,500 target for next year, if I think about student numbers, you might think you're just part of 11,500, but actually, each one, researchers, students, partners, they have personal agency, meaning you got to get up and get involved, get into the team, learn. You have to build it. It won't just happen around you. Always having personal agency in these matters is such a liberating experience. And I hope the kind of education you are having in your innovation space at UMP is a liberating experience for you. And then the approach, you heard about the approach early on, that it really is empathy. It's based in our sense of Ubuntu, that me, the person next door, the person outside the gates, the greater province, back into the country, onto the continent. It's really empathy, and in that framework, both to experiment and to empower. And I think those are very powerful mindset issues, but which I think when I read a lot of what you've said, your beginning of your framework, the kind of projections I was reading, you really are picking up on those important parts already. It's just how to give life to them in a very systemic way, I think. And so practically, if you're going to go ahead, and you are going to go ahead, you just heard the new researchers coming, the research chairs, the global arrangements, we really got to redefine success. And that's usually the hardest thing, because if you have a key performance area, you want number of publications, number of PhD students, number of master's students, grant funding you brought in. Those are very clear, nice, impactful indicators. But if we redefine what success is, that says we're going to reward impact. What difference did your research make under your innovation strategy? And not just the research impact factor. It's a number. What's a high number, Aldo? Choose one, right? It's not one of those. It is, what is the impact that research factor was able to engender within the broader context? I think we sometimes fear the consequences for career because the system doesn't reward us. You've got to embed those innovation frameworks. They're no good on the shelves. You've got to create these interdisciplinary teams. And it's not easy to work in an interdisciplinary team. Have you sat in a room with everybody that comes from a different part of the disciplinary spectrum? I know people would say, oh my gosh, people who are just used to doing quick will say, do they have to talk so much? It takes so long, and there's little patience for what's happening, but it really takes hard work. It's a long term. And then you link the labs to the markets. You can't just leave it. You can't leave and say, we've done the innovation part. It extends. To get to the impact, we are going to have to move really quite far. I'm afraid this is not going to happen on its own, and I go back to the people sitting in the front row right here. Leadership has a role. We can't just give it away. And one of the first things is they have to model. We have to model as leaders. This may be the leadership of the university where you are sitting, you are dean. Where you are sitting, you are leader of a postdoc group, or a leader of the research team, doing some work. This leadership is not leadership in hierarchy. but anywhere anybody is playing a leadership role, you have to really, for it to be authentic, you must model the behavior. What's the behavior? It's that growth mindset. It's the ability to be stop, start, take steps backward, change direction, to be resilient, to work with empathy, to really see that failure in itself is not a bad thing when you're in the innovation space. And how do we celebrate those things? So leadership really is at the core of whether or not UMP realizes its full capacity in terms of that front diagram. And communicating impact, I think it's very important how you communicate, what you communicate, and how it gets to the people who would benefit most. And then aligning resources. Everywhere we go there is no money. I can't do it. There is no money. But how do we align? And lastly, I really just want to talk that I think that entrepreneurial view or model of a university must be linked to and aligned with what I'm going to call an engaged research model. Now, the way we produce knowledge has changed immensely over time. If you go back to the early days of mode 1, mode 2 knowledge generation, we've like moved on in terms of thinking of what this might mean. Our societies themselves have changed. The type of issues that they are dealing with right now. So we have to also go back. We are so fond of saying, yes, I will do community engagement. I'm at the heart of the community. But when we do that, are we fully engaged along the whole length of the research spectrum? Are we ensuring that this knowledge making, this knowledge production is inclusive, that it is reflexive? We are able to think of each other, that we value opinions, not just for the paper, but that at the end result, that we have created active citizenship. And these are some of the values, if you read the National NRF strategy for engaged research, we're saying truly engaged research, which should be the aim of all universities, not just your universities, of all centers, of all institutes. Research must be for mutual benefit, must be for equal standing of disciplines, of communities, of academics, that there's the work across disciplinary boundaries, and that good governance, ethics, we do good, we do no harm through the research, and that it's about relationship building, usually relationship building for the long term, really not just for today or till the end of and so it's around a future vision that this kind of work must go on. So I think I just want to end off quite clearly on a call to action for the future universities, but the future UMP. And if you're a student sitting here, I would say to you, challenge assumptions. That mindset that we are talking about, question your own beliefs about who's intelligent. Will you say the engineering people, the maths people? Question those assumptions about intelligence, about creativity, about digital media, about the fact that I'm involved in a major project that puts up a 90 million digital dome that serves both research and public interest. And we don't have a culture or a stream in our country for making 360-degree immersive content suitable for those. So it's a whole skill set we should develop. And maybe we should have started the courses a few years ago so that by the time it's launched, we have our own people ready. But instead, we are buying licenses, mostly from Europe and from America. And we are waiting to build content. So these are the things, our assumptions. And reframe what failure means, as I said. And I think embed this two-way engagement. We come from a history of Maths and science was the problem in the poor apartheid era education. So as soon as we went into 1994 and the first white paper, etc., what we did is put everything we had into maths and science education, and that became our outreach. That's what we did as outreach. And what we're saying is, really it can't be one way. It really has to be a two-way engagement of issues that are broadly affecting communities for impact. And for leaders, build a culture. We have to build a culture. And I think on my right-hand side, maybe on your left-hand side, I've listed some of the things, I think, which would be markers of a university moving into the future, on whichever area they choose to, and I'm not going to go through them, but you will see that you just have to do and have to be part of and cognizant of all of these. Some of them very obvious. I'm sure your conversations about AI right now, I know it is everywhere. But curriculum innovation, all of these things, I think are hallmarks of a thinking, innovative, reflexive, impactful university. And I think you are moving in the right direction. You've laid a solid foundation, and a solid foundation anyway, either in infrastructure or in learning, is only the greatest platform to the next level of excellence that you're wishing to achieve. Thank you very much.
Dear colleagues, the extraordinary Dr. de Mons, and thank you. And thank you for acknowledging the university's pathway that we are on the right direction. I truly believe it. I think everyone in this room believes it. I am very pleased, colleagues, that we have adopted and formalized our first research and innovation strategy this year, currently implementing that. And Senate members will receive this week for your approval the new innovation framework of the university that will be transformed into the university's innovation strategy next year. And I am very pleased that this is aligned very closely with the framework that Dr. de Mons has indicated. It is inclusive innovation, whole of organization approach, touching not only on the three core mandate areas, but even beyond. And this resonates already with the vision that has been provided by the Vice-Chancellor and others. Two key aspects that I've taken away from Dr. de Mons's remarks. One is the notion of agility in any form. And I think the university has been agile to some extent up to now, but it will be very important to be super agile and adaptable going forward, but staying a true course of what our framework and our strategy will require. And secondly, ownership of our common future. It has to be owned and understood by everyone, because that will provide an opportunity for a collective approach that makes us stronger together, but also to be more effective and to have the greatest impact that is possible. I'm very pleased that in the notion of multi, inter, and transdisciplinarity, we, as recently as last week, have started quite a fundamental review of the university's institutional research themes to be adaptive and responsive to the future as from next year, but also to acknowledge the excellence and the areas of investment that this university would like to see in integrated research focus areas. I'm very pleased that you've given us a vision that resonates with the vision that we have for our university. And we want to thank you again for the extremely insightful remarks that will take us forward for the rest of the day. Dr. de Mons. Colleagues, I'm really pleased to invite Professor Kanayo Ogujuba to the stage. He is from the School of Development Studies in the Faculty of Economic Development and Business Sciences. He is a macro and development economist, but also serves as the director of UMP's Center for Entrepreneurship Rapid Incubator. He will introduce our esteemed panel who has been requested to respond to the keynote address of Dr. de Mons. Now, I know all of them very well, so I'm at liberty to say I'm very pleased that clever people accepted our invitation to participate on the panel. You also know Dr. de Mons, of course, very well. We look forward to this panel, which really will bring substance to the morning's discussion. Professor Ogujuba, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, panelists, and members of our university community. It is my pleasure again to welcome you to this important session under the theme Innovate, Discover, and Transform. Our conversation today sits at the heart of what it means to be a modern, future-focused university and a country striving for inclusive and sustainable development. The question is, why is this discussion important? Two reasons. The role of universities are changing. The traditional model university focused mainly on teaching and learning is no longer sufficient in a world shaped by rapid technological change, global uncertainty, and complex developmental challenges. Universities must now become engines of innovation, hubs of discovery, and drivers of transformation. We must help shape industries, inform policy, nurture entrepreneurs, and equip our students with the skills needed to thrive in the future of work. The theme today reminds us that innovation is not only about technology. It is about new ways of thinking, new ways of collaborating, and new ways of solving the problems that matter most to society. Now, the second trajectory, why is it important for South Africa? South Africa stands at a pivotal moment where we face deep structural challenges, high youth unemployment, widening inequalities, slow economic growth, and urgent sustainability pressures. At the same time, we are rich in talent, ideas, and potential. Thus, innovation, research, and entrepreneurship offer powerful pathways to unlock that potential. If we are to transform this economy and create meaningful jobs and compete globally, universities must lead the way. We must drive the creation of new industries, whether in agri-tech, biotech, digital innovation, renewable energy, or creative sectors. We must support our young people to become producers of solutions, not just seekers of employment. Taking a cue from what the keynote speaker said and the opening remarks of the Vice Chancellor, an introduction from Strobel, something is being underscored here, that true transformation requires enabling ecosystems, supporting policies, agile institutions, skilled human capital, and dynamic partnerships across academia, industry, and government. Our speakers also emphasized the importance of inclusive innovation, ensuring that undeserved communities benefit from and contribute to emerging opportunities. Overall, the reflections this morning reinforce that innovation, discovery, and transformation are interconnected pillars of a forward-looking society. When strategically harnessed, they can accelerate the economic dynamism, create resilient livelihoods that we're all looking at. This morning, ladies and gentlemen, we have an interesting panel made up of three distinguished scholars. Number one, Dr. Rakeshin, currently serves as the Director, Internationalization and Strategic Partnerships at the University of Pretoria. She's the former Deputy Director, General, Technology and Innovation at the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, where she played a pivotal role in shaping national technology and innovative policies in key sectors of the economy. Her earlier tenure at the NRF saw her leading the research infrastructure portfolio. In recognition of her outstanding performance to research and innovation, Dr. Ramotwa Priske was honored with the 2022 UMP Excellence Award. Can we give a round of applause to her, please? We also have Ms. Mandeli Peterson, who is currently at the WITS Innovation Center as Innovation Support Manager with IP Management, Innovation and Funding in the broad ambit of social sciences, humanities. She holds an MCOM in Business Management and also serves as the Vice President of the Innovation and Technology Transfer Portfolio of the South African Research and Innovative Management Association. Welcome, ma'am. We also have Professor Ferdinand Ni Banera, a colleague of ours here, who is a professor in the School of Development Studies at the university, specializes in unemployment, poverty, macroeconomic policy, financial inclusion, health economics, and big data. An NRF-rated and a DHET Future Professor Program participant. He leads the UMP Enactors team, mentoring students in social entrepreneurship. Professor Nihamberera holds a PhD in economics and is committed to sustainable community development. Welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we stand at a defining moment for universities and for South Africa. Our institutions were built for a world that no longer exists, one where knowledge flowed in one direction, expertise belonged to a few, and certainty defined the future. This morning, we'll be allowing the panelists to take a cue from what has been discussed and be looking at the different dimensions. What if universities saw themselves not only as centers of learning, but as centers of problem solving? What if every student graduated with both a qualification and an innovation? What if research excellence was measured not only by citations, but by the number of lives improved? These questions, colleagues, are not hypothetical. They are urgent. And the biggest challenge of them all, if universities do not lead South Africa's transformation, who will lead? So I'm going to let each of you talk for 10 minutes each on the remarks and give us a way forward. Thank you very much.
Program Director, to the Vice Chancellor and Principal, the Deputy Vice Chancellor and Principal, members of Executive, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you. It's a very profound conversation we are having today, and it leaves us all a little bit uncomfortable because we are breaking barriers and we are rethinking and reshaping what higher education should look like. Not just for today, but for our future, for our children and our grandchildren, the next generation of innovators. So it's an honor today to speak to you about the subject that lies at the heart of Africa's development and the global knowledge economy. The universities of the future were institutions that are not only adapting to change, but are designing the future, shaping society, and equipping the next generation for a world that is evolving at an unprecedented speed. We stand at a moment in history where the pace of technological advancement, digitization, geopolitics, environmental pressures, and changing labor markets require us to rethink how knowledge is created, how it is shared, and how universities prepare students for the future of work. The traditional model of higher education with rigid lecture-driven and disciplinary boundaries and linear career pathways is no longer fit for purpose. Today I'll talk to you about a few global universities and explore their models for positioning themselves as global leading universities. And I'll also pay tribute to some of the strides we at the University of Pretoria are undertaking to position ourselves as a university of the future. The World Economic Forum tells us that more than 1 billion jobs will be transformed by technology in the coming decade alone. Automation, artificial intelligence, climate change, biotechnology, and digital economies are changing the very nature of work. And it does not only impact education, but it also impacts key sectors of the economy, such as agriculture and mining. The future of work is not defined by a single profession. It is defined by adaptability, learning agility, creativity, systems thinking, and the ability to collaborate across disciplines and continents that is embedded in what Dr. Damonso says, personal agency and E3 approach, empathy, experimentation, and empowerment. This means universities must shift from being knowledge dispensers to becoming knowledge ecosystems of lifelong learning. They must prepare students not just for one career, but for many. not for memorizing answers, but for asking better questions, not to fit into the world, but to reshape it. If the generation before valued job security, the next generation values opportunity creation. The University of the Future must recognize entrepreneurship, not as an optional add-on, but as a core competency. It must develop students who can create jobs, not just seek them. Researchers that translate discovery into innovation, partnerships nationally, continentally, and globally that turns ideas into products, services, and policies. Embed and inculcate a culture where failure is framed as experimentation and a learning platform, not a setback, where students are prepped to write business plans, not only dissertations. At the University of Pretoria, we've established a few initiatives to start driving this mindship. We have Technovation, we have UP Enterprises, and the Innovation Hub, which connects students, researchers, and entrepreneurs to real industry and startup opportunities. Some of our other initiatives includes our Future Africa campus, the World Economic Forum's Center for Fourth Industrial Revolution. It's called SACIT, the South African Center for Industry and Technology, Engineering 4.0, the Biosecurity Hub, and very recently the United Nations University Continental Hub called Reach Africa, which focuses on climate, water, health, and food security across the continent. There are other number of transdisciplinary platforms, including chairs on artificial intelligence and One Health. And one of the key tools we have invested significantly in recently is called the Collaborative Online International Learning Platform, COIL. And this facilitates innovative educational experiences that bring students and lecturers from around the world into modules and projects. One such project is in the BCom Marketing Management Honors Program, where students collaborate with business and finance students from partner institutions across the globe. Now, around the world, we have other transformative ideas. Arizona State University is reimagining the public university model with online learning, micro-credentials, and partnerships with industry. MIT is pioneering transdisciplinary work where engineers are now collaborating with artists, psychologists with computer scientists, and entrepreneurs with policymakers. Their anchor belief is that innovation happens at the intersection of disciplines, never inside silos. The National University of Singapore has launched interdisciplinary colleges where students choose broad academic pathways with flexible entry and exit points, stackable degrees, and continuous lifelong learning as alumni. Finally, the University of Toronto and Oxford University have embedded entrepreneurship into their DNA, building startup incubators, AI and biotech accelerators, and global innovation hubs that transform research into scalable impact. This includes support for budding entrepreneurs and startup CEOs, from hand-holding them with business plan writing to accessing venture capital. These models show that the University of the Future is not a place. It is an ecosystem, as Dr. de Monse indicated. It blends formal learning with industry immersion, community engagement, digital platforms, and real-world experimentation. If COVID-19 taught us anything, it is that digital learning is no longer a contingency plan. It is a core capability. But digital transformation must go beyond lectures online. Universities must develop AI-enhanced personalized learning pathways, virtual and augmented reality laboratories, global online classrooms, digital micro-credentials, and nano degrees stackable into formal qualifications. I'm in research management, and one of the core areas is around this that we are looking at in terms of professionalizing research management. In preparing to embrace the concept of this future that we are looking at, we ask university leadership to go beyond judging by rankings and publications, but by impact, by redefining success in terms of, does our research solve real problems? Does it transform communities? Does it inform policy and strengthen democracy and social justice? Does it support innovation, entrepreneurship, and inclusive growth? To move boldly into the future, we must reimagine curricula by breaking barriers and being flexible, transdisciplinary, digitally enabled, and globally connected. We need to invest in research that drives innovation pathways. Embed entrepreneurship in all curricula, not as an elective, but as a mindset, with incentives to drive commercialization pathways. Build partnerships, not with just universities, but with government, industry, civil society, and global networks. Create ecosystems where students, researchers, and innovators can experiment, collaborate, and scale solutions where IP is valued and protected from the planning phase. And embrace lifelong learning, ensuring alumni can come back to reskill and upskill throughout their career pathways. Finally, to look at a centered African mandate, ensuring that universities generate solutions rooted in African context and ambitions that go beyond mere ideas and drives the growth mindset. I thank you.
What a moment to be alive. Good morning, everyone. I acknowledge the VC, the DVC's staff and students of UMP this morning. Thank you so much for the opportunity to participate in this panel discussion this morning. And congratulations on your third UMP RNI Day. I think the first point in light of what Dr. De Manse shared with us this morning that I've been requested to respond to is the following. What is one action Africa must prioritize to transform ideas to impact in the next 5 years? It does help to put a time limit to it, right, so that we know what we're working towards and when we want to achieve it. Upon reflection of the question, there's always much to do and often not so many people to do it. We find ourselves focusing on the constrained environments, resources, or the pressurized environments and the constrained resources. But we're here today with a different agenda. If we look at the theme for the day, innovate, discover, transform, it keeps us moving. I believe that Africa has the opportunity to strengthen research and innovation management as a strategic imperative for sustainable social and economic development. African research is relevant, and we can position ourselves better for the translation of research into society. For example, to advance practices of knowledge and tech transfer, to ensure that innovation reaches those who need it the most. For research efforts to produce tangible benefits to the economy, to society, and to the environment. What I found interesting from the presentations this morning or the discussions this morning has also been that there's a combination of science and then the humanities, arts, and social sciences are looped into it on equal footing. I think that it's important that we start looking at ways of measuring it, of tracking it to the same level of success that we are able to do in the STEM fields. But it's also that no one is left behind. In strengthening research and innovation management, I think I'd like to highlight 2 points. The first one being that it's hard or close to impossible to transform innovation in isolation. It requires an ecosystem, and it stands to benefit greatly with the collective intelligences of multidisciplinarity. The inclusion of all faculties and centers of excellence is important, and I think that UMP is doing a great job in the inclusion of that and the breadth, I think, of what these entities that are coming to spring have. And then the second point I'd like to make in terms of strengthening research and innovation relates to the future readiness. It is essential to strengthen capacity and competitiveness of institutions for truly collaborative, continental and global engagements and partnerships. The second point that I've been requested to respond to is what governance and funding reforms are needed to enable agile, future-ready universities. UMP, you find yourself in an intellectually vibrant system that champions innovation, creativity, and impactful research, with a diversity of disciplines always at the forefront. No one entity or institution can be all things in an ecosystem. We recognize all that UMP provides and continue to consider innovatively what complementing or filling the gaps might mean. To be better future-ready, universities should seek to be more data-driven or more data-informed, and collaborative governance models should be sought. Through iterative cycles of inquiry between policy instruments and the end user, and the system that enables us to do the work we do. Getting to one of the what-if, funding reforms. There should be a reduced reliance on traditional government grants. If we haven't learned what the impact of certain decisions in some countries have meant for us, now is probably now. To look at endowments and philanthropy, to look at the commercialization of research and intellectual property. So exciting that you've got your technology transfer office coming up soon. But then I think also innovative funding mechanisms, such that include social impact funding or public-private partnerships, in a way that we've got some leaders, and I think we should start to look at how we align the measurement and the value, communicating the value that we're able to extract from the humanities, the arts, and social sciences as we work with the STEM fields. I wish you well on this innovation trajectory that you have started or embarked on. You have stepped forward with intentionality, UMP. You have thrown your javelin, as the Vice-Chancellor said.
Panel moderator, allow me to acknowledge the presence of our Vice-Chancellor, our DVC Teaching and Learning, and thank you, DVC, for Research, Innovation, and Commercialization for the opportunity. Professor Kanayo, questions, actually, I choose to answer them in two ways. Because they are deeply connected. One, look at the direction of economy as a whole. Obviously, from economics background, I will emphasize on that. And the second one is about institutions shaping the mind and the capability that will carry that economy forward. In this case, I'm talking about the universities. So to embed a sustainable innovation into development, one must first change how we think about economic development. Typically, development plan usually focus on short-term gain, such as our GDP growth, a rapid industrial expansion, and a larger scale infrastructure project. But as we all know, we are in a different era. Things are changing, and so our models of somehow strategize for development should also change. In this case, one would not talk about universities without bringing policymakers and government. So government needed to place innovation at the center of national planning. This means shifting from economy build on actually extracting the natural resources to one which is based on creativity and technology. If we don't have to ignore the challenge we're facing of climate change, we also need to focus more on the strategies which promote green productivity. Research has shown that countries that integrate things like renewable energy, digital transformation, circular economy principles, and climate resilient agriculture into the strategies are already doing well comparing to those ones which are not. Sustainable innovation obviously requires strong partnership I do enjoy what our VC included in our values of cooperation. And obviously what I'm calling innovation ecosystem thrive with when the government and the private sector, universities, and communities do collaborate. And no one work in isolation because we need to work for a well-being of the society. For example, I give a typical example of a green energy initiative. For it to succeed, it's when policymakers offer incentives. Companies invest in affordable technology, and obviously they need to rely on universities, which will be providing research, and the community need to adopt and adapt the solution suggested. Sustainable innovation must be inclusive. I think I can emphasize this more because it has been said from the opening remark of our VC, and DVC research also mentioned it, and Professor Kanayo emphasized it more. So that means assuring that small businesses, for example, and what we call informal traders, township and rural entrepreneurs, and youth innovators all have access to finance and the digital tools, technical skills, and supporting a supportive market. When innovative ecosystems serve only few, obviously we will have a development which will be unequal. But when innovation spread from the bottom up, the countries experience a broad-based growth. So we must measure success or economic development in a different way. Economic strategies should track not just output, but also environmental sustainability, social well-being, job creation, and community resilience. When we measure what matters, we definitely invest in what matters. This brings me to the second question, where university actually is no longer just a place of teaching, and I do believe our keynote speaker emphasized it as well. It is becoming a hub of innovation, entrepreneurship, and societal transformation, which transformation is one of the key, one of three keywords, which is our theme today. The university must be more connected to real problems. I do believe education needed to move beyond theoretical learning and become grounded in local challenges, including things like food security, which was emphasized by our guest speaker, the energy insecurity, urban poverty, and digital exclusion, which is a real challenge. And we're working on research where we're trying to develop a digital poverty index, which we believe it will be one of the groundbreaking paper. When a student solves a really world problem, they develop practical skill and create tangible values. And the university must become a bridge between youth and opportunities, and I believe at UMP we are doing well. And one when have to look at our normal motto, creating opportunities. This involves offering innovative labs and actively involving students in relative activities such as what we do in Inactors, incubation centers, which we do have the one at UMP, digital hubs, and multidisciplinary project studios. These are spaces where students from different fields of study, such as social science, obviously business, and ICT can collaborate on community-based solutions. Universities must champion inclusivity. That means expanding access to young people from rural area, township, and disadvantaged background, and ensuring that their ideas are supported. We do believe young people do have ideas. It's a matter of finding a way to actually provide the necessary support. Inclusive innovation also requires a stronger focus on skill of the future. In this case, we talk about coding, data literacy, design thinking, behavior insight, entrepreneurship, and digital manufacturing. Ultimately, the university must serve as a moral force. In this case, the word of inequality universities must champion for justice, ethics, sustainability, and social cohesion. And the university must support research that empower community, policies that reduce inequality, and innovation that create jobs, especially for the young people. As we know, in 2050, Africa will have, actually, if not now, I do believe statistically, we have the youngest population on the continent. So whatever we do, it has to accommodate young people. So if sustainable innovation become the center of our national strategies, and if students and lecturers embrace our role as co-creators of solution, then we will have to write new good development stories where actually the young people do not wait for the opportunities, but they will be creating them. And innovation will not just be technologically, it has to be ethical as well, inclusive and community-driven. And university need to be engine of equality, resilience, and sustainable development. I thank you.
Our time is almost up, but we're going to take 1 minute each to respond to follow-up questions from the remarks you made. All right, thank you very much. Dr. Rakshine, please, could you, in a minute, tell us how universities can commercialize research more effectively and support spin-offs?
Thank you very much, Program Director. I think we sit in a very privileged space from a policy lens. The Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, the Department of Trade and Industry have all put in a number of enablers. And I think we as universities are not necessarily as responsive as we should be to those opportunities. As an example, the Decadal Plan speaks to science at the heart of society. And they've put in place interventions through TIA as an example on pre-seed funding, the Innovation Fund, and SMME Fund. NIPMO has put in place the IP Fund, and have even given universities access to skills which are financed through their office, through the tech transfer office support. So they provide you with the skills even to do this. And with such enablers in place, I think a lot of it is about mind shift and mindset change, where universities need to make sure that they have the necessary incentives in place to ensure that we are going beyond research outputs into outcomes and to impact. And this is where access to incubators and accelerators are needed to drive that enabling ecosystem for innovation. We need to make sure that in every degree, whether it's a bachelor's degree, honors, master's, PhD, that students need to pitch their research as a business plan with the downstream applications for their research in real-world settings, so that they start to think about where can my research have an application, and not that I'm going to have a patent and the tech transfer office is going to license it. Let's now put incentives in place to have commercialization pathways explored beyond licensing to spin-offs. And this may include looking at universities, tech transfer office, also providing access to pilot facilities to validate and upscale production of products. In essence, we are looking at the requisite skills, which we know government's putting in place, financing, which we know government again is putting in place, infrastructure, benchmarking, government engagements, and a shift to entrepreneurial mindset in curriculum development. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rakshine. Mandy, could you tell us what partnerships are essential for universities to lead national and continental transformation? The partnerships that are essential for universities to lead both national and continental transformation.
Thank you so much, Prof. So I think that as universities, the partnerships that we need to have to sort of expand what we are, or to make the necessary impact in society. One is that it needs to be with universities. We've got a lot to learn and also a lot to teach from other countries or regions that have gone through similar spaces as we have. But I think that it also gives us a different view in terms of what we can't see. So one only knows what you know from where you stand. I think that government is important, civil society is important, and I think that where we find ourselves, we do have a number of partnerships that we have, sort of forged with different elements in society.
Thank you very much. Prof. Ferdinand, last question for you. What does the university of the future look like? And what must we change today to get there?
Thank you very much, Prof. I think I will rely on what our guest speaker mentioned, because that question is broad and difficult to give a specific answer. One thing I picked when she was speaking was the industrial solution lab. I believe we need to emphasize that because we are talking about structural unemployment of youth, which means those who are demanding for labor, they are not really finding what they are looking for. But if we have those industrial lab, we somehow, our graduates have skills which are needed by the employer or the potential employer. Secondly, I wanted to talk about the incentive structure, which needs to be clear. Also, I think she mentioned it, that we need to bring maybe what I may call corporate federalism in terms of research to the schools, that researchers can be empowered more. My colleague here, she just mentioned COIL, which is collaborative online international learning, which I'm already doing with an actor student. I do believe that also could open space to take our students outside out from their classrooms, because I do believe the future university needed to change the model we are teaching. It needed to open mind to our students beyond the area of where they come from. If you are here in South Africa, you can study with somebody who is in Germany and somebody who is in Washington. So I do believe that's a model to be adopted in the classroom, though I'm doing it with non-credit bearer, but I do believe that would be a model to do. Lastly, I believe the University of Future needed to make sure our students, whatever they do, we need to write policy brief. Most even researchers, because sometimes our research stay in a library shelf and we only the one who are reading them. So if we're talking about the impact we want to see universities making, we need to make sure that we disseminate what we are researching on, and we also need to either improve or challenge the status quo on policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Ferdinand. Can we give a round of applause to our panelists? We thank you very much for your rich insights, and to our esteemed audience for sitting patiently and listening. But for the audience, as we leave this space, there are 3 questions I want us to go home with. How do we create new values? How do we generate knowledge for impact? And how do we turn ideas into real change? What we've had this morning is that innovation must sit at the heart of our academic mission, that discovery remains our greatest asset, and transformation is our shared responsibility. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
What a very rich and useful discussion. Thank you to the esteemed panelists. Thank you to the extraordinary facilitation of Professor Ogujuba. And colleagues, I'm very pleased about the takeaways that Kanayo has summarized from Dr. Damonsa's really extraordinary framework that she has presented. I take very clearly that we go beyond theory. This is actual and current and useful for this university at this time and for the future. So I would really implore, not of course everyone, but especially the emerging researchers and the students who are participating, to make this your own, to understand what the framework of scientific and academic development is for a place like a university in a system like South Africa from the global perspective. You are the future leaders, you will implement eventually, and you will lead. So this is our call to you. Indeed, almost a call to action like Beverly has given. This is very much focused on you to innovate and to change and to take us forward. Thank you again for this very interesting panel. Colleague, the next phase is to bring emerging researchers forward and for us to request them to have a discussion from the two perspectives of this morning. One, framed by Dr. Monsa's keynote. Two, the discussion and reflection that we've had now from the esteemed panel. But then very importantly, three, to have innovation leaders, early career researchers like our academic talent and stewardship program participants, ATSP, and others, to reflect and discuss then from their perspective what are the tendencies, the impact, and some visions for the future. So I'm really pleased to call forward Dr. Naledi Ntite, our extraordinary Director for Research Management at UMP, to facilitate this panel, after which we will conclude then the morning session. Dr. Ntite, thank you very much.
Not sure if I can use this mic. Professor Aldo Strubel, the DVC for Research, Innovation and Internationalization. Thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues, esteemed guests. Our Vice Chancellor and Principal, Professor Thenjiwe Meyiwa, in her absentia. The DVC for Teaching and Learning, Professor Mashudi Davana, Maselesele Manco members, Manco members, our researchers, our students, and our staff members at large. I'm honored this morning to be moderating this session as we unpack these lively discussions. I must say that as UMP, we have been on this journey, and we continue to be on this journey. In addition to what the DVC has mentioned about the strategic innovation framework that we need to align ourselves with, and also on the institutional research themes that drive innovation in the university, we also had a number of discussions, a number of workshops where we capacitated our students from undergraduate, postgraduate, and also our researchers on what is innovation and what is commercialization. Our discussions were to enhance capacity in the innovation, technology transfer space, to discover new opportunities and to transform our society. We had student entrepreneurship workshop in collaboration with the Center for Entrepreneurship and Rapid Incubation, and it taught our students on how to become innovators, how to become entrepreneurs, and what is the role of technology transfer. We had research innovation and commercialization workshop that taught our researchers and our students also how to commercialize research. As discussions were saying in the morning, that research is not only in the laboratory, research is not only on paper that we publish, but we need to have intentions of commercializing the research that we are doing. We need to be innovative driven. We also had innovation research entrepreneurship workshop, and the discussions were graced by state organs. We had NIPMO on campus, we had the DSTI, we had also the Technology of Innovation Agency, and also the NRF that unpacked their research impact framework. Hence, I'm saying that as the University of Mpumalanga, we have started this journey and we continue to be on this journey. Colleagues, the University of the Future drive innovation, as we have heard and seen, collaboratively so. Intentional collaboration is the new currency, as our Vice Chancellor has mentioned. UMP, by virtue of its location, innovation, discover, and transformation is key for this university and also for the province. For this lively session that I'll be moderating, colleagues, we will be taking leave from the panel's reflections, and I will be joined by our emerging researchers, and I would like to introduce them. As I introduce them, I would like them to also come to the stage. Mr. Sibusiso Mtambo, former president, UMP Enactors. Sibusiso is a distinguished young leader, legal aspirant, and social innovator, currently completing his Bachelor of Law, LLB, at the University of Mpumalanga. As the president of Enactors University of Mpumalanga, he has spearheaded transformative student-led enterprises that have positioned the institution as a national enactors champion and a rising force on the global stage. Welcome. Emily Rammutla is our master's student. Her research focuses on sustainable tourism development. She is a former Vice Chancellor Scholarship recipient, recognized for academic excellence and leadership potential. Currently, Emily is an ATSP Fellow and an Associate Lecturer. Welcome. We are also joined by Ms. Confidence Ndlovu, an academic and emerging researcher specializing in food security and local food system, entrepreneurship development, and youth empowerment. She is currently pursuing her PhD in development studies at the University of KwaZulu-Natal with a focus on the efficacy of local food systems in enhancing food security in Mpumalanga province. She's a lecturer at the School of Development Studies. And she also holds a secondary appointment at the Center for Entrepreneurship and Rapid Incubation. Welcome. Colleagues, I'm opening the floor for our engagement with our panel members. Discussions transforming academic structure, culture to embrace innovation, experimentation, and real-world impact. Let me allow you to give your views on the discussions and the topics we had today. I will start off with Mr. Dambo.
A very good morning to everyone, DVC. And the VC in absentia, I believe, all protocol observed. As I've already been introduced, I am Sibusiso Mtambo, the former president of Enactors UMP, and just a focal point that I, thought of, with the remarks from the previous panel, as well as our keynote, is to reimagine students as key stakeholders, co-creators of knowledge, and agents of change. And I feel like I, in my experience within this institution, outlined that quite well. In my second year, I got exposed to Enactors UMP, and Enactors then, gave me that drive, the entrepreneurial spirit, to have innovation and change as one of my founding values that are very, very close to my heart. And research and innovation culture that drives and cultivates change starts with, as outlined by our keynote, questioning our assumptions and our belief systems. And when you get that question, you will then need to find an answer for that. And I believe that's where the true innovation lies, within each and every one of us here today. Our institution has so many systems put in place and organizations put in place that assist us in driving that spirit. I want to touch on the Center for Entrepreneurship, for instance, that gave me the opportunity to go out of the country for the first time in my life and engage on a global stage on issues that are affecting our people, that can then come and affect us as well. And the center sits here within our institution, but it helps people across Mpumalanga, not just our student entrepreneurs that are housed at the center, but in terms of networking opportunities, collaboration, those are stuff that can be sourced from our center, provided by our leadership within this institution. And I feel that is also, a system that assists us in regards to innovation and research. And then I just want to touch on my research, which is on land reform. And I believe that, let me just find this. My research currently focuses on the development of an innovative and effective model that seeks to enhance and improve the effectiveness of land reform in our country. And the key point in that is that let's see the impact behind it. Land reform has been in discourse in Parliament and within our academic spaces for a long time. And I believe a legal framework and a system that is put up by the legislature that aligns quite well with the focal points of why we're here today, which is to ensure impact and outcomes rather than outputs, is a very important aspect to look at it from. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Sibusiso. I'm going to ask Ms. Ramutla to give her remarks.
Thank you so much. Good morning. I'm truly privileged to be here today. I would like to begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to Dr. Damosa for the insightful keynote and our moderator for the warm introduction. I am equally honored to be in your presence with distinguished colleagues, the fellow students. It is truly inspiring to gather in this space whereby ideas, reflection, and innovation meet to explore together how we can innovate, discover, and transform as we imagine universities of the future. As Dr. Damosa reflected on the University of the Future, this challenges us to think deeply about how higher education must evolve in the era of rapid technologies and social changes. Her words reminded us that universities are not only spaces for learning, but they are also living ecosystem and innovation, living ecosystem for innovation and transformation, continuously reshaping how we teach, research, and serve our communities. She highlighted the importance of adaptability and relevance, using universities to stay connected to social needs and nature graduates who can think critically, act ethically, and lead by compassion. Touching base on innovation. To innovate is to think, is to challenge the norm. Here at the University of Mpumalanga, innovation means developing flexible learning spaces, integrating technological tools into teaching, encouraging research, and addressing research world problems. When it comes to discovery, discovery is the soul of academia. As Albert Sand once mentioned, discovery consists of seeing what everybody has seen and thinking what nobody has thought. In my research, as a postgraduate student and also an ATSP lecturer, my research explores residents' perception of tourism development, focusing on how community experiences and respond to change. Through this research, I aim to discover not only patterns and data, but meaningful insights that help us understand how tourism, when managed responsibly, can contribute to economic growth and environmental preservation. Moving on to transformation. Transformation is the ultimate goal. It is when our research leaves the classroom and starts changing how people live, how communities grow, and how universities connect with the society. As Sir Ken Robinson 2010 once mentioned, the role of education is not to reform, but to transform, not to catch up with the past, but to imagine the future. In my concluding words, I would like to say, postgrad students, us as young researchers, let us innovate. Let innovation start with curiosity, with daring to see things differently. Discovery is what keeps us grounded, and transformation reminds us that our work will touch lives. Research is not about data. It is about purpose. As we imagine the university of the future in the light of Dr. Damonsa, we must remember that the future does not arrive fully formed. It is built day by day through choices that we make. It is a place where learning never stops, where ideas meet action, and where students and staff together create knowledge that truly matter. If we dare to innovate boldly, discover deeply, and transform meaningfully, we will not only prepare for the future, we will shape it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ramutla. Ms. Confidence Ndlovu.
Thank you so much. Thank you to our panel moderator, Dr. Tite, and thank you to everyone who joined us today. It's such a privilege to join, a panel discussion yet again. I was part of last year, and I think this theme is an important theme, is one of those important themes, and it's the continuation of, what we had done yesterday. I'd like to also appreciate the keynote address and mention that, today's keynote address challenges us as universities of the future to foster a research culture that drives change. And maybe to echo the words of the Vice Chancellor, to say today's theme is a continuation of what we do at UMP. This is our culture. What do I mean by that? She mentioned winning the Absaye Innovation Challenge, and if you look at the student that won, this challenge is a first-year student in this university, and he was participating amongst 100 contestants across the province, 9 provinces in South Africa. That, for me, I think is what it means to be a university of the future. We already working towards shaping how our students think and how they can solve the socio-economic ills in this country, such as unemployment. So this year's theme encourages us yet again to become an institution that prioritizes student-centered environments, that recognizes students as key stakeholders and ourselves as co-creators of knowledge and agents of change. And in my role, not just as a lecturer, but as a co-faculty advisor of Enactus, a sweep coordinator, and a business development officer at Siferi, I have seen how students can be transformed, when learning becomes more practical, purposeful, and community-driven. I think this is where our research should focus on. Take a direction of purposefulness and community-driven. Reach out to the students who are curious to understand what's happening in the society and why are things happening this way. I am reimagining how our teaching philosophies can then, help us drive how students or prepare students to think and build and lead in an essence of innovation. So basically, from the panel discussion and from the keynote address, I'm picking up that innovation must be built into our daily learning. It cannot be an extra activity at UMP. It has to shape our module design. It has to shape the assessments, the research project, and community engagement. And our Vice-Chancellor did speak about collaboration. I think when I look at collaboration in our context, I think about how can we leverage on our teaching, learning philosophies, combining them with our research project and our engagement to make sure that we help students or encourage students to test their ideas, to refine, their ideas and build ventures with real potential to solve real life problems. And another key factor that I picked up from the keynote address was that knowledge must be applied, not stored. Majority or most of us, when we research, I'm currently doing my research, like you mentioned, in food security. All of these findings that emanate from that research, what happens to them? Majority of us, we store that knowledge. So knowledge must be applied, not stored, because if we do apply the knowledge from our research project, we're able to build future-ready students. We ensure that students are able to take ideas from concept to actions through these innovation hubs. And I'm glad to be part of, the Center for Entrepreneurship, because that is where this knowledge, this transformation begins. I think I'd want to, think of students such as Zolega Mkhize, is one of the postgraduate students at the University of Mpumalanga, who is championing now, the introduction of a student research hub. That is where innovation starts. And Zolega is one of those students that when they joined the center, they came up with something unique. I see everyone is starting, their businesses, but I have my research and I have identified problems. And I think from the problems that I've identified, I want to start an initiative that's going to help capacitate other students or emerging researchers to take action. So I really think UMP has taken a step forward in, driving innovation and transformation. And, Dr. Tinte, maybe to just also add that what was exciting about the keynote address is what she said about transformation. Why do we do what we do? That is very important. If you understand as an academic or a researcher why you do the work that you do, then you find your purpose and you help students to begin to think differently in terms of how they want this institution to look like. This is not my institution, it's the institution for the students, and students must start taking that kind of action to design this institution to look like what they want it to be. We can sit and talk and say, no, we need to be co-creators. We need to drive students in, the innovation path. But if we're not capacitating the students to also challenge the norm, Mpumalanga is very rich in resources, is very rich. You think tourism, agriculture. My study, one of the key findings in my study is that the agricultural sector is affected by the aging population. And we cannot wake up and get rid of the aging population because these are people who have understood the system, have been there. But what are we doing to make sure that our students uses the very same knowledge that we're giving them and taking it back to the aging population to co-create with them before they even step out of the system, to learn from them as well. So I think we need to move towards that direction, become student-centered, drive innovation by capacitating students to think differently, introduce in our teaching techniques, in our philosophies, design thinking. Students must think outside the box all the time. So yeah, I think this is what I've gathered from today's discussion. Thank you.
Round of applause. We are the change makers. We are the ones to recatalyze change, and it takes an ecosystem. It's not a one-man show, but it requires intentional collaboration and partnerships as we transform academic culture to embrace innovation. And we need to understand what is innovation. And I'm glad from what I hear from the panel that they do understand innovation. It's not just an idea that sits in your head, but it's an idea that you need to transform, and so that it's able to solve societal challenges, it's able to bring solutions. Once it stays in your head, it remains an idea, but you need to take it out. Hence, the university is establishing the Technology Transfer Office, that will take us through that process of research commercialization. How do you approach your research with intentions of commercializing it, creating solutions, and realizing impact? Having said that, I would like to ask my panel members a question each before we close our session. As the University of Mpumalanga, how important is it for our students to be actively involved in this space of innovation and transformation? How important is it? And what can you say to the students who are here with us for them to come on board, to come and join into the innovation, into the technology transfer space? How important is it for them to be involved?
All right. I think I'm the most befitting person on the panel. Although we've all been students within this institution, as we're sitting on this panel, I still am one. And when I speak to the students, when often students approach me and they want to be a part of Inactus or want to find out how to get to certain opportunities, then I would always refer them to at least two organizations or institutions, which is Inactus, a global organization that empowers students to make change in their communities, right? Through innovative business ideas. And what we do in Inactus is you come with your business idea as it is, or your business that is already operating. And we try and, look at the Inactus framework and the Inactus roadmap and the design thinking methodology part, which is doing your needs analysis to the people that you want to impact, which is where research comes in. And it's a focal point because you need to understand what problem you're solving in order to solve that problem. Because oftentimes, you can find yourself solving a problem that they didn't really see as a problem. And when we apply it like that, then we then assist students with the execution, making them business owners while they're busy with their academic endeavors. And that is a focal point within this institution that Inactus tries to empower students to shift that mindset and be able to be business owners and business leaders, be in those spaces. I joined the organization in my second year, as I said earlier on. And when I joined, the only thing I knew was my law degree. And that's what I came here to do within this institution. But now I'm doing my final year, and I'm already in rooms where, people who have been in the business field for 10 years are in those rooms, and that's where the exchange of knowledge comes. That's where, the expertise comes into you as well as a student, and I believe it's being part of such organizations that are available for us in this institution that makes that so important. Another crucial part of it is the Center for Entrepreneurship that has been made available to us and accessible to us by our institution. They don't charge you anything to go to the center. I know of a young colleague of mine whose name is Raymond, and Raymond is always at the center because he's just eager to learn. And I feel that hunger is very, very important to have as a student, because you need to be versatile and adaptable to each and every situation, and I feel exposure to such environments makes that so easy. So the center is there, giving us opportunities to funding. It gives us opportunities to mentorship by Miss Confidence, who I've found a sister in. I met her when I was a mentor in my second year, and I worked closely with her. We then met in Inactus and then met as well in the Center for Entrepreneurship. So all these spaces and systems that this institution puts in place for us to grow, not only on an academic level, but on a professional and a personal level, are stuff that we should exercise as students. And I believe the university has done well in creating that platform for growth, entrepreneurial and academic based. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Sibusiso, for that. We also talked about the teaching philosophy to infuse innovation on it and entrepreneurship. Can we elaborate further? And also on supervision of postgraduate students, because we also want to supervise and graduate master's and doctoral students who will be innovators and entrepreneurs. Can we touch on it?
Thank you, Dr. Tinte. So what do I mean with, teaching philosophies, infusing innovation? From my point of view, I think our teaching philosophies, there's nothing wrong with how we teach and our philosophies, but perhaps you need to create a space where students are able to challenge even yourself as a supervisor or as a teacher or an academic in class. Students are curious beings. If we are able to allow them to, voice out, my philosophy is that every student must have, the opportunity to share what they think, how they think about whatever matter. So if we're able to allow our teaching philosophies to have a space for curiosity, to sort of allow students to question what you say and why you say it like that, I think that could help us. And it goes back to supervision. Majority of the time in supervision, I'm a student myself, I'm supervised, I've been supervised. Majority of the time you approach a supervisor and you have an idea and you are told maybe your idea is broad. Maybe perhaps instead of saying it's broad, can we find ways to break it down to a much more, simple context for the students to move towards the right direction? So I feel the teaching philosophies must move towards, enabling students to take a lead, enabling students to be innovative. Some call it the word wild. Some of these ideas are wild, but if you do sit down, I see that in the incubation center, that when you sit down with students often, you listen to them more than once, you'll understand exactly where the student wants to move towards. So I think that's where we should be focusing on. We need to lead students and allow ourselves as academic or as an institution to be led by students' ideas specifically.
Thank you, Confidence. Before I allow Emily to come in, I think we are raising very valid points that talks to the practical steps to shift mindsets towards this goal that we are all going towards, which is creating a psychological safety, whereby students' ideas, they are recognized and they are valued, as our keynote speaker had said, and also embed innovation in our frameworks, as we have the innovation framework as the University of Mpumalanga, and also building a cross-pollination. As a scientist, you will need somebody from the business studies to drive your innovative business idea. You can't do it alone. Hence, that's where collaboration comes in. And also, what was mentioned also on being able to communicate the impact of your research, the impact of your studies of what you are doing, to drive and push innovation. Emily, do you want to come in?
Yes, I do. Thank you so much. As I have mentioned, my research is about residents' perception of tourism development. We do know that when we research as researchers, different communities, they are reluctant to give their perception. This might be mainly because of they have been researched prior to ours, but they haven't received any feedback. So I am working with the developers in Machafen to strengthen that relationship between the stadium and the residents. In my research, I am discovering not only patterns, but data and meaningful insights. By this, I mean that I am trying to get the thoughts of the residents. By this, I'm trying to get the triple bottom line, which is the economic, the social, and the environmental. Are the residents aware of what is going on in their community? Do the developers talk to the community? Is there a relationship? And that's where my study is leading. By this, I'm trying to innovate a platform, I'm trying to create a platform, I'm trying to break all the norms that research can speak to the local communities, and that's what I believe is the University of Mpumalanga vision. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. As universities of the future, universities of now, we want to produce or create graduates who will create employment opportunities, who will also bring solutions to our society, who will drive innovation, discover, and transform our era and our society. In that, we are closing our panel. Thank you very much to our panelists. Thank you.
Colleagues, there are panels and panels, and everyone is equal, but sometimes not everyone is equal. And I want to highlight this panel. I think it is exactly what we had in mind. I really want to acknowledge the insight and preparation of the participants, of course, the facilitator as always. But this is the voice that we want to hear, colleagues. This is the participation, and as we've said previously, this is the ownership for agility for our university to continue leading. Thank you very much for your extraordinary input. I want to highlight two aspects. One, as Confidence has mentioned, truly through the initiative of Zuleika, we have recently launched the first undergraduate research platform, which is an interactive electronic repository open to every undergraduate student to save and collect their research, which will serve the basis for the launch of, I want to say South Africa's first, but we need to confirm, but let me say South Africa's first undergraduate research hub, where we continue with a long view of mentorship, support, actual research output, and incentivizing and rewarding that research output for student development up to emerging and established researchers. And that is a big initiative, and I want to also thank, indeed, Academic Student Support and Development Division, DVC Teaching and Learning, the coordination by Director Research and others in taking this forward. It is and will be really an outstanding component. This links also to the strengthening of our formal research mentorship program, which was escalated at the beginning of this year and includes almost 30 now mentorship established emerging research pairings in a multidisciplinary environment. Also for us to really acknowledge and strengthen that often missing component of research. I think as Bev also has indicated, it is not just about the outputs. Yes, of course it is. But it is also about soft and hard skills development, understanding, traversing academic environments, understanding the new notions of what successful research and innovation impact is beyond only normal citation and bibliometric metrics. So, colleagues, it's important for us to not only remain modern, but remain insightful and navigate this transformative environment that we foresee for our research. As we conclude this session then, please allow us then to formally thank the panel and their excellent participation. We will shortly conclude then this morning's session. I will have a few additional comments to make, but I would just like to invite Professor Ogajuba, and I don't see him. So he's just stepped out. Colleagues, our exhibitions are a very fundamental part of Research and Innovation Day every year, and we are very proud of them. It is not only a showcase, but it also is an opportunity for an exhibitor to learn and to position and to communicate their science to whoever come and see the exhibit. This year's one has been thematicized, although of course it is still open to any exhibitor from all 3 faculties to adhere to the notion of the theme of this year, which is Innovate, Discover, and Transform. So I'm very pleased, and this is what Kanaya would have announced, that there is a large number of exhibitors for the first time who are private owners of small businesses, SMMEs, and many of those have been incubated by our Center for Entrepreneurship. So we are very pleased to welcome them, and please, we invite you during the lunchtime outside on the veranda to interact during lunch with these exhibitors and really to provide us feedback on that. You will also see a large number of posters of academic exhibitions that are taking place, and this really is a wonderful diversity of participants outside. So thank you very much in advance. That brings us then to the formal end of the morning session. Thank you very much to everyone's input, especially the external speakers. I must highlight Dr. de Monce's really tremendous contribution that she has made in setting the scene. Dr. Rakeshni Ramuta-Prischel from University of Pretoria, Ms. Mandeline Peterson from WITS and Sarima, and our speaker, Professor Ferdinand Nimbanira. We really thank you for your participation. The Vice-Chancellor will join us a little later, also interact with the exhibitions, but I want to really thank also the ownership and drive that the VC has provided for us to go forward, and our extraordinary participants in this last panel, Mr. Sibusiso Mtambu, Ms. Emily Ramutla, and of course, Ms. Confidence Ndlovu. Thank you. Colleagues, after lunch, we continue with 2 parallel sessions that has been very carefully conceptualized to serve as 2 cross-cutting areas of discussion within this tripartite focus of the day. So one will focus on transforming learning through analytics, AI, and pedagogical innovations. And I am very pleased to thank in advance Dr. Marinki Mariope, who's the Director of Academic Support Services, who will moderate this session, and our intellectual input to lead the discussion, Professor Kashani Malache, Professor at the Faculty of Education. The second parallel will focus on innovation for sustainability and community empowerment, and this will be moderated by Dr. Ladedi Ntite, Director Research, and I'm very pleased then by the intellectual lead in framing the discussion by Professor Ndiko Ludidi, Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture and Natural Sciences. There's a range of excellent speakers and academics from our university who will respond in panel format in these 2 parallels. And the rooms of these 2 parallels are outside on the level of the veranda, behind the wall where the posters are displayed. We are, I must say, tongue in the cheek, ourselves even are still discovering this building because it has been open for not a month yet. So may I take also the liberty to invite all the UMP participants to discover this building. There's another 2 floors and venues to see, and of course we will use this extensively. So colleagues, please join us then outside for lunch and exhibitions, which will last until 1:30. Immediately then the 2 parallels will commence in the 2 venues downstairs. There will be ushers to direct you to those. Those 2 will also have online interactive participation facilities available, so not just live streaming for now. It is a Teams-based platform. And then we return to this plenary immediately after the 2 parallels, following a short break, then at 3 o'clock for the highly anticipated and highly exciting second 3-minute speed presentation competition. We are taking this nationally very soon to participate in the other competitions, of course, that are available. In conclusion, colleagues, I would just like to ask, please, that all the speakers on the program for the day. Please gather here for a brief photo opportunity. And then in the meantime, participants, you can exit through that side or through that side to facilitate and gather then on the veranda. Thank you for an excellent first plenary, colleagues. UMP's Research Ethics Committee for Human and Social Sciences, and Professor Tarumbera Mwapu, who's from the School of Biology and Environmental Sciences in the Faculty of Agriculture and Natural Sciences, Professor of Biology, and he is the university's research chairperson, Research Ethics Committee chairperson for Animal Sciences, who will co-moderate this important session. We have a lineup of students who will participate. I assume most of them are already present. And it's really my honor then to invite Professor Boshoff to provide an introduction to the session and to facilitate this further with Professor Mwapu. Thank you indeed.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm just want to see if UMP management, I can't now say Vice Chancellor, but to the UMP management staff and students and panel members, and also our Masters and PhD presenters. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the second round of speed presentations as part of the University of Mpumalanga's Research and Innovation Day. This is very important to give our Masters and PhD students a chance to share their projects and showcase the impact of their research in solving real-life problems. The speed presentations today embody the theme, Innovate, Discover, Transform in a uniquely powerful way. If we look at the speed presentations and also the Masters and PhD thesis and dissertations, innovation lies at the heart of Masters and PhD studies and is reflected in each student's ability to condense their research into a short, dynamic presentation. Discovery showcase through the diverse research topics that highlight UMP's growing postgraduate research excellence. And transformation is demonstrated by the potential of these research projects to address local, national, and global priorities. By bringing together the postgraduate students from across the faculties, this session celebrates not only individual excellence, but UMP's collective commitment to cultivating researchers who think critically, explore deeply, and act purposefully. We have 8 postgraduate students, I think 5 from Faculty of Agriculture and Natural Sciences, and 3 students from Faculty of Economics, Development and Business Sciences. Each student has 3 minutes to give a short overview of their problem statement, specifically to justify the importance of the study, the impact of the study, indicate the problem statement, and also indicate innovation of their research projects. Please remember, you are only allowed to have 1 slide to guide you through the process, so that is part of the speed presentation process, 1 slide, and you will have 3 minutes. We also have a panel who will evaluate each of the presentations. The chairs of the Faculty Postgraduate Studies Committees from part of this panel. For fans, it's Prof. Parker, Prof. Okaredia is not here. Okay, and then also from Faculty of Education, Prof. Erika Janten van Vieren. At the end, although is it right that we ask questions at the end, that they first present? Okay, so we will first have the presentations. It will be about 24, 25 minutes in total. And then afterwards, you have a chance to ask questions to the presenters. It is very important that each presenter carefully monitor their time and keep to the time limit of 3 minutes. When there's 30 seconds left, I will just show you 30 seconds and then you have to wrap up. We have to keep within this time frame because it's speed presentations. So that is the whole idea of the presentations that you must convey the message in 3 minutes so that we understand the impact. So please, presenters, make sure that you keep within the 3-minute time limit. And I wish all the presenters the very best and enjoy this presentation. It's a wonderful opportunity for our postgraduate students. Okay.
Okay, good afternoon. We are going to start with the PhD students, and our first presenter is Mr. Nkosinathi Livingstone Nkosi. Nkosinathi, come forward.
I hope it was gonna. I see it, guys. For projection. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The proposed title of the study is Analysis the Lived Experience of Land Redistribution Beneficiaries under the Willing Buyer, Willing Seller Land Reform Program. This study is guided by the 3 pillars of land reform, emanate from the 1996 Constitution, where land represents both dispossession and empowerment in our country, South African. Many of you will feel this close at heart. People were evicted. People were used from boundaries, segregatory law, and the 1913 Natives Land Act, which these were systematically positioned to marginalize black into confined spaces where sharecropping was prohibited. Ladies and gentlemen, going forward, where do we come from? We come from the 1652 of the European occupation from the Cape. Moved forward, there was a need for change, where we have the 3 pillars and the implementation of that at the focus point of this study under land redistribution is the land redistribution implemented under the 3 pillars, under the market-based land reform model, which is market-driven, willing buyer, willing seller. For the purpose of this study, before we move to objection, we've seen the impact and frustration created by this system. Political frustration fueling up economic freedom fighters for Mawubuye Umhlaba Wethu, abahlali basomjondolo. These were impacts brought by the discriminatory law of the pre-post apartheid system. The objective of the study, starting by the aim of the study, it aimed at analyzing the lived experience of land redistribution beneficiaries under the willing buyer, willing seller model. The objective which the study aimed to achieve is to explore how the land redistribution beneficiaries perceive the willing buyer, willing seller land reform model, to assess the contribution of this model, willing buyer, willing seller, how it has contributed to the socio-economic development of rural redistribution black beneficiaries. To examine key factors which have contributed into the system limiting it from producing its transformative outcome as the 1994 land agenda of distributing 30% of the rural black land to rural originally dispossessed individuals. Ladies and gentlemen, why the study is important? It has a clear existing problem, which we've seen it of the calling of amending of Section 25 Constitution. It has a grounded, theorized ground evidence, where now the voice of the beneficiaries will be evidence on the reality. It will take the bottom-up approach rather than the top-down approach, where policies are being formulated and are not being implemented. Thank you.
Shall we have questions? After everyone, okay. Second speaker, another PhD student, Frangelina Mamabolo. Please come.
Good afternoon. I'm trying to project, but I'm unable to do that. Can I please get assistance? Can I do what? Oh, I'm not sure it. Okay, that's fine. They said I can just present without showing it. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Frangelina Mamabolo, and I'll be making a presentation titled The Detection of Per- and Polyfluoroalkyl Substances in Water Bodies and Development of Their Sequestration Methods. This research is supervised by Dr. Ayanda Shabalala, as well as Prof. Joshua Okjubai. PFAS are known as forever chemicals, mainly because they are hard to remove in the environment, and these are usually used for appliances such as your non-stick pans, fire-fighting foams. This is due to their water-repelling properties as well as oil-repelling properties. And in South Africa, there's very limited studies, mainly because of these studies are mainly in high-income countries. And although there's just a little bit of studies that have been conducted in South Africa, we still have limited studies on mining-impacted areas, because mining is also another way that these PFAS are being introduced into the environment, as well as wastewater treatment plants, as well as leaching. And so in Barberton has a river system called the Gap River, which receives mine-impacted water from the gold mines that are in Barberton, and these could potentially put the system into risk of contamination. And so the study will basically take a duration of 6 months, which will cover the dry season as well as the wet season, and we will be sampling drinking water, wastewater, as well as sediments, and wastewater and groundwater. And then we'll make use of PFAS-free containers such as your polypropylene, and then we will also make use of filled blanks as well as strip blanks to avoid contamination. And then these samples will be stored under 4 degrees Celsius and being transported to an accredited lab, where we will make use of solid phase extraction for concentrations, as well as making use of LCMS to analyze 16 PFAS components, compounds that have been documented to be found in South African water. And the study will generate information that will be quite useful in terms of PFAS levels, as well as different patterns in the Gap River systems, and then those results will be used for health risk assessment, and then will also be used to develop a remediation strategy that will be focusing on the context of Mpumalanga as a whole. Thank you.
We have added 2 additional speakers to our list, so we are going to have 10 presentations in total, not 8, as Estelle mentioned earlier. So our next speaker is Ruvimbo Mari, another PhD student. Please, Ruvimbo, come forward.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ruyimbo Mari, and I am presenting my research under the topic Exploiting Rhizospheric Bacteria from Blue Buffalo Grass to Improve Sorghum Drought Resilience. So the importance of sorghum cannot be emphasized enough, because sorghum is native to the African continent and it is a staple food for over 500 million people. It is processed into a large array of foods, especially traditional foods such as umqombothi and ting yamabele for the Tswana people. And it is also known as a nutraceutical due to its health benefits such as anti-cancer, antioxidant, as well as anti-glycemic properties. So, however, because of climate change and increasing drought frequency, there is this poses a threat towards global food security, and although sorghum is seen as drought resilient, it is still affected by drought and suffers some yield losses due to drought. Therefore, there is a need for us to find a sustainable solution in order to improve sorghum growth under drought conditions. And one of these solutions lies underground, and this is the plant growth promoting rhizobacteria. These plant-associated rhizobacteria form associations with plants that may improve its growth under such conditions. And in this study, we looked at the plant Centuria ciliaris, commonly known as blue buffalo grass, which is a drought-hardy grass that grows in arid regions of the Kalahari. So its resilience suggested that it has some osmotolerant microbes that may be used to improve drought stress in other crops such as sorghum. And we isolated these bacteria and used them to grow plants under well-watered and water deficit stress conditions in the greenhouse. And the preliminary results showed that these bacteria improved growth of the plants as seen by the improved shoot growth as well as root growth. And also there was improved water retention under drought conditions as seen by the improved relative water content. So in conclusion, we see that arid areas such as the Kalahari are areas that are rich in osmotolerant bacteria that can be used in order to improve and encourage sustainable agriculture under increasing drought conditions. However, to further this study, we are going to carry out proteomic and metabolomic research in order to elucidate the mechanisms by which these bacteria act. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Judges, those were the 3 PhD students. Now we are going to go to the master's students, The first one to come forward is Innocent Masilela. Innocent, please come.
South Africa has an unemployment rate of over 32%. In this country, SMMEs are vital. They employ from 60 to 80% of our people. They keep local communities alive. But sadly, 70 to 80% of these businesses fail within the first 2 years, and 90% of them do not go beyond 5 years. Now think about that. Sanbonan. My name is Innocent Masilela, and I'm going to be presenting my study on the role of digital transformation on the sustainability and growth of SMMEs in the Mbombela local municipality. Digital transformation is not just important for SMMEs, it has become essential for helping them survive and grow. But many small businesses, especially in small towns like ours in Mbombela, still struggle with limited resources, poor access to internet, and rapidly changing environments. This study asks a question: what role does digital transformation play in sustaining and growing these SMMEs? This matters because digital tools may be the difference between the businesses that survive and the ones that close down. The literature shows that there is a clear, that digital transformation has become essential for how SMMEs operate and how they grow. Studies, such as one by Sharabat, they highlight that digital transformation boosts performance, and other studies argue that there are challenges such as limited skills and high cost. For this study, we are going to use, we've used two, let's move back a little bit. We've used two frameworks. Framework number one that was used is the Technology Organizational Environment, the TOE, which talks about which looks at the technology, the organizational readiness, and the environmental pressures, as well as the RPV, which explains that digital skills and tools become valuable resources to help a business grow. The method that was used is a quantitative research method. Numbers do not lie. We did this study with 404 SMMEs using correlation and regression. And the findings and recommendations will be seen on the screen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mazwingwe Mngwenya.
Good afternoon. Hey, I'm tall. I don't think these 3 minutes will last. Good afternoon. I'm still waiting for the projection. Oh. Oh, okay. My apologies, I'm still, okay, thank you. My name is Mazwingwe Mngwenya. I'm here to present a study titled Women in Chains, a narrative of female ex-offenders' perspective on the effects of violence within their rehabilitation journey. Okay. South African correctional facilities are places of violence and sexual abuse. This undermines the Department of Correctional Services' effort and objective to rehabilitate offenders. There remains a limited body of research that specifically examines how violence shapes the rehabilitation experiences and post-release in female inmates. The study aims to explore and understand the perspective of female ex-offenders regarding the effects of violence within correctional facilities on their rehabilitation journey. The study has the three objectives: to explore the lived experiences of female ex-offenders within the correctional facilities, to explore the aftermath of prison experiences on female ex-offenders, to explore the failures and successes of the rehabilitation methods. Okay, the study found out that prisons are sites of violence, not rehabilitation. And then it also found out that as female inmates are there, they are living in fear as they are witnessing and anticipating fear, as they are anticipating violence within correctional facilities. And then we also found out that inmates are stripped of their dignity. They are dehumanized because of the procedures such as the strip search. And then we also found that there is a gender performance. There are a gender hierarchy that we call Abu Malume in prison, which are the female in masculine bodies. We also find that there is a sexual deprivation and search for intimacy behind bars. We also found that the imprisoned mothers, they cry inside. We also found that the harsh realities of female prisons is that the punishment goes even beyond the confinement. Okay, to conclude, the study found that South African correctional facilities, they fail in the mandate to fulfill rehabilitation, and instead, they are places where trauma is relived even after incarceration. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Buhlebenko Sitwala. Buhle? Is Buhle here? Oh, okay, she's running down the stairs.
Good afternoon. My name is Buhlebenko Sitwala, a second-year Master of Science student in the School of Biology and Environmental Sciences. My research is titled Ecological Effect of Water Impoundment on Elephants, Loxodonta africana in Kruger National Park, South Africa. So, in most Southern African wildlife conservation areas, artificial water impoundments have become standard practice to provide year-round water for wildlife and to control animal densities. Well, my study investigated the impact of water impoundment on the spatial temporal activity levels and distribution of elephants. The aim was to evaluate how water impoundment affected elephant space use and the activity levels. This study was conducted at a paired catchment camera trap study comparing 11 dammed and 11 undammed seasonal drainages over 2 seasons, which is the wet and the dry season. So the question I tried to answer is, how does the presence of reservoirs influence the spatial distribution of elephants across the landscape? To answer this question, I moderated the spatial extent of elephant response to water by season and water availability. As shown in the graph on my screen, during the dry season, which is labeled B, elephants concentrated their activity from 0 to 500 meters, and the detections declined sharply beyond 1,000 meters. In contrast, when we are looking at the wet season, which is labeled A, we can see that elephant activity and distribution was evenly distributed up to about 2,000 meters. My results basically show that elephant activity is strongly associated with water presence and the distance to water, and it indicates that reservoirs serve as a key focal point for elephants. What does this mean from a conservation and a management perspective? My findings emphasize the importance of reassessing the distribution and role of artificial water impoundment within protected areas, and it raises concerns about the potential for habitat degradation and vegetation loss. In closing, I recommend promoting landscape heterogeneity and minimizing potential adverse effects on vegetation and other species. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Nondumiso Malaza. Nondumiso.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nondumiso Malaza. I am a second-year master's student in the Faculty of Agriculture and Natural Sciences. I'll be presenting a summary of my dissertation, Empowering Learner Innovation and Entrepreneurship Through Indigenous Crop School Gardens. In 1994, the South African government introduced school gardens to supplement their school nutrition program. From that time moving forward, these school gardens have been an asset in rural communities and schools and have provided access for schools to fresh vegetables. On the other hand, we have indigenous crops that continue to be underutilized and undervalued despite them possessing high nutritional benefits and economic potential. So then how did our research use school gardens and indigenous crops to empower learners? By incorporating these indigenous crops into school food gardens, we were able to use them as more than just a supplement, but as an educational tool. Since we began our study, we have successfully taken learners through a series of interventions, trainings, and tests using the Indigenous Crop School Garden as a medium. This has provided the learners a platform to learn the importance of nutrition, to see and identify opportunity, to think outside the box, and to be active problem solvers. Exposing learners to the gardens has significantly improved their nutrition awareness, followed by a paired sample t-test that has shown a significant increase in their entrepreneurial knowledge before and after participating in the school food garden. As I conclude, our research has allowed us to promote the incorporation of indigenous crops into the school nutrition program, which will then help learners after eating a meal not feel lazy and sluggish, but focus on incorporating key food items that target cognitive abilities and boost the learner's energy for the next class. Furthermore, our research has allowed the learners to have their entrepreneurial spirit ignited. This research then helps us think of school food gardens as more than just a way to provide meals, but a driver for innovation and learner empowerment. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sanele Totela. Sanele.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Sanele Tutela, and I will speed walk you from forest to community, understanding the knowledge, the indigenous knowledge and uses of Strychnos spinosa. Across Africa, indigenous knowledge has been the cornerstone of primary healthcare, food security, as well as biodiversity conservation. And a plant that has immense significance is Strychnos spinosa, which is also known as umkwakwa in Sizulu. Unfortunately, there are cultural and conservation concerns with this plant, and it's due to loss of knowledge, pressures in the wild, as well as the authenticity of rural market samples. This brings us to the aim of our study, which was to explore the traditional knowledge and the uses of harvesting practices of this plant in Bushbuck Ridge, and to authenticate the traded Strychnos spinosa samples using DNA barcoding. The study used 3 complementary approaches. This included a systematic review of 61 African studies. The second approach was an ethnobotanical survey, which was done in Bushbuck Ridge, Mpumalanga, and this included 108 participants over 6 different settlements. The last one was the molecular part of it, which was DNA barcoding using plastid regions for the samples was fruits, seeds, as well as processed products. Table 1 shows us the key findings of the indigenous knowledge survey, and findings show that the current dependence on wild harvesting highlights the need for sustainable management. Table 2 shows us just some of the key findings from DNA barcoding, and it basically enhanced the community safety as well as supported the quality control of the traditional medicine market. And in closing, in integrating indigenous knowledge with molecular tools such as DNA barcoding supports conservation. It also strengthens policy and aligns with the South African priorities for protecting biodiversity. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Johanna Takalo. Johanna? Yes, may I ask those who are going to speak to sit closer to where we are? Thank you.
Hello, can I get help, please? Oh, thank you very much. I'm Takalo Johanna, and my research is about exploring support for learners with barriers to learning geometry in rural primary schools. This is a case in Limpopo province. Imagine a girl or a boy wanting to adventure in technology or engineering or any engineering field. But the challenge is the space and shape, knowledge and skills are broken. Geometry, the study of shape and space. This is not just an academic subject, but is an invisible blueprint of our modern world. It is the fundamental building block for all future scientific understanding, yet for thousands of young children, that blueprint remains a problem. My research focuses on a critical yet often overlooked part of the education system. Grade 3 learners in rural primary schools in Limpopo province who are facing significant barriers to learning geometry. What exactly are these barriers? We're looking into the conceptual barriers, we're looking into limited resources, we are looking into inadequate teacher training. So if we don't fix this shaky foundation, we are going to limit the access to technical careers, and we limit the talent pool for future economic growth in the province. I used the qualitative case study where I interviewed 3 grade 3 teachers, and then I also did a non-participatory observation, and these were the findings that conceptual and language-related barriers exist, consistent support constrained by limited resources, overcrowded classes, inadequate training, and non-functional school-based support team. So these are my recommendations. Adoption for universal design principle by training teachers using multimodal geometry instruction to support learners facing these barriers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our last speaker, Palisa Kwerana. Palisa.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Palisa. Raise your hand if you have a small child that likes to play on your smartphone or on your tablet for that matter. Interesting, ne? Now, have you ever seen the level of concentration and the attention they pay when they play on your gadget? Now, have you ever seen how they master those games more than you do, ne? Now imagine bringing that level of concentration, the engagement, and the mastery into a classroom, into a mathematics classroom to be precise. Interesting, ne? Now, wouldn't that help solve the national crisis of poor performance in mathematics, especially in the foundation phase? Maybe, ne? That's where my research comes in. My study focuses on using different research methods to study or to investigate the challenges experienced by foundation phase teachers when they use technology to teach mathematics in the rural context of Mtambotini Circuit Schools, which is in the province of Mpumalanga. Now, basically what I did on this study is to see what are the reasons teachers are not using technology in mathematics, especially in a world where small children are interested in technology? Now, what I did in my study is that I used a pragmatic paradigm and also a explanatory sequential design. And then I sought data from 20 foundation phase teachers across 4 different schools in the Mtambutini circuit. And then the findings of my study reveal that, firstly, there's a lack of digital literacy, insufficient training, and also infrastructural barriers. Those are the key challenges that are experienced by the teachers. And then the study recommends that there should be a bridging gap between policy intent, between classroom realities, as well as teacher capacitating. In conclusion, the study can help transform a mathematics classroom. Remember, we innovate, we discover, and we transform. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, we innovate and transform. Thank you very much. That is the last presentation of the 10 presentations that we had. And what's most pleasing to note is that all the presentations came from all the 3 faculties in our institution, which is a very pleasing thing to note. We will not have time for questions because we have run out of time. But I would like us to give a hand to all the presenters that we heard today. Thank you very much. Thank you. I think the DVC is going to come up. Okay, the short meeting is over that side, so.
Colleagues, we give the adjudication panel 5 minutes or so to make their decision. I want to, in the meantime, call Professor Khumalo forward to have closing remarks, and we will then announce the winners and the results from the adjudication at the end. I want to thank very, very much the courage and the confidence and the insight that these excellent students have displayed in exposing themselves to criticism, and for many of them, the first time speaking in front of a large audience in such an enormous room. Thank you very much for the fortitude that you have shown. See it as a learning process. Take the criticism, which is always positive, that will come your way. If you are not a winner today, you can participate in the next time, and there will be numerous opportunities. But thank you indeed for that fortitude, confidence, and willingness to participate in a public audience. It's really well received, dear colleagues, and well noticed. It's my pleasure to introduce Professor Samu Khumalo. She's the Dean of the Faculty of Education. We can't say new anymore, Samu. You are the Dean. To assist us with closing remarks and also to bring her perspectives on the day. Prof. Khumalo, thank you.
Thank you very much for having me while we are waiting for the results. Before I start, I do want to acknowledge our Vice Chancellor in absentia, and DVC, Prof. Strubel, Menko, distinguished guests that are here, university leadership, partners, staff, students, good afternoon. And Prof. Strubel, together with research colleagues, thank you for keeping me on my toes the whole day. All right, colleagues,
As we conclude this third Research and Innovation Day, I'm inviting you to take a moment and reflect on the highlights of the day and also the direction we are charting together, being guided by our UMP values, and all of which come together in our pursuits of excellence, as what our VC said this morning. I am sure you can agree with me that today has been a powerful expression of our theme, Innovate, Discover, and Transform. From the morning, from the opening remarks, through the keynote address that we had, and also the presentation today, it was all about innovate, discover, and transform. And the address that we had today, it challenged us to think about recatalyzing change. And we were reminded of the excellence that we strive for as a growing institution. The keynote address also, it challenged us to actually shift from the silos culture to an ecosystem approach. I was impressed by the panel discussion that followed, that reflected deep commitment to collaboration. We saw the aspect that coming from the different sectors, sharing the insight as well as and expanding our understanding of entrepreneurship as well as innovation. I was also impressed about our emerging researchers that advocated for the student agency and shifting the mindset. And they were also calling for the research that don't only assist us as students and staff, but that speaks to the need of the society. It was so interesting to attend the parallel sessions that we had after lunch. I'm sure colleagues, you saw me moving from one room to the other. It showcased the relevance of the work that we do here at UMP, whether through AI, data-driven pedagogies, through sustainability, community empowerment. The research that was presented in these two rooms today, it spoke directly to the needs of the society. They actually foregrounded research and teaching as pillars that makes the foundation of the academic excellence. In my view, when I was listening in these two rooms, this is what relevant scholarship is about, where the focus on the work that we do, it actually responds to the real issues and makes a real difference. When we were walking where we had exhibition, it was vibrant and it showcased the exciting work that is done by both staff and students. And the creativity that we saw today, it was very inspirational, which actually links to our values. And just this afternoon, it was just one of the uplifting moments for me as our postgraduate student had this speed presentation. You saw the passion, the clarity, and the confidence that it was truly inspirational. Our emerging scholars have shown that they are ready to take the lead in shaping knowledge and advancing our institutional mission and vision. Listening to all the presentations and everything that has happened today, I was able to come up with the common themes as well as the common words that were uttered today. One was agility. It is some of them that I've penned down. Intentional collaboration, not just collaboration, but it was intentional, they spoke about. Strengthening interdisciplinary collaboration. We also heard about generating knowledge, but with impact. We heard about fit for purpose. And it was so interesting, these words that kept coming up, the issues of indigenous knowledge. We even heard about that this afternoon. Also the shifting from the silos culture to ecosystem approach. It was all about discover, innovate, and transform. So, colleagues, today's event, it actually demonstrates the depth of the talent and the passion within UMP. So the commitment that is shown across all the sessions that we had today, it actually affirms that we are on a strong trajectory, no doubt about that. One that aligned with our institutional mission, driven by our values expressed through our unwavering commitment of excellence. And thank you for allowing us to learn and relearn today. I do want to extend my appreciation to the research office, the coordinators, the guests that we had today, the presenters, panelists, moderators, colleagues that exhibited the work they do with students, and everybody that participated. Let us carry the spirit of the day forward as we continue to innovate, discover, and transform together and with excellence. You have been a wonderful audience. Thank you.
Professor Kumalu, you ended our day on the highest note. Thank you indeed. So expect more requests, even if you don't like it. Colleagues, I can also say that this is the largest delegation from our Siyabuswa campus in the faculty education that Professor Kumalu has led to this Research and Innovation Day. And I want to make an announcement that there will also be faculty-based Research and Innovation Days tomorrow, and they will also be the largest delegation from the Bombela campus to the Siyabuswa campus next year. Thank you really for capturing the essence of the day, and I am sure, colleagues, all of you share that. It's been really marvelous hearing your summary. I have a few concluding remarks to make, but firstly, the anticipation is building. And may I please invite the co-moderators, Professor Boshoff and Professor Mwabu, to share with us the results of the student speed presentations.
Okay, thank you again, folks. The judges have met and they've made a decision, and I'm going to ask Professor Parker to make the announcements, and after which we're going to do a lot of clapping.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Prof. Mabu. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, we spent a good while deliberating, as you saw, around the corner in a very important closed room where our auditors very carefully checked the findings of our decision. We'd just like to congratulate all of the students who presented today. It's a wonderful effort. It's a very difficult task to get your work and to summarize your work in 3 minutes. And you all did an excellent job at really highlighting what your projects were about, why they're important, and why we should care. So congratulations to all the students. You're all winners. But like anything in life, there has to be an outright winner. What I'd like to do is I'd like to please call up the top 3 students as decided by unanimous decision by all 3 judges. And we're going to call them up in the reverse order. So I'm going to ask number 3 and number 2 to come forward first. So in place number 3, we'd like to ask Buhle Twala to please come forward. place number 2 with one of the most engaging opening lines we heard this evening, or this afternoon. Palisa, please, could you come forward? And then, for the moment you've all been waiting for her excellent description of her project, the relevance, the impact, lovely presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, our winner for this afternoon, fittingly, is a woman this month. Nondumiso, please come forward.
Many congratulations again to everyone. Many congratulations to the top 3. You will be recognized and rewarded in the next week with a certificate on your achievement. Thank you very much to the adjudication panel and indeed to the co-moderators, Estelle and Taru. Thank you for the announcement, Professor Parker. Colleagues, what a joyous day. It brings us to the end of the formal engagements for today. I want to highlight 2 of the acknowledgements that Professor Khumalo has made. One, certainly the very large team who has weathered my OCD-ness in putting this together. And I see Naledi smiling because this is not the first time. But thank you very much to all of you. Certainly such a tremendous team effort as always. Secondly, to our exhibitors, I must highlight you. It's the largest number that we've ever had. We will increase that. And one could really see your enthusiasm and the pride with which you present research. And remember, we had a number of private sector exhibitors today, if you will. SMMEs, new business, linked, of course, to research and research in the public space, and not necessarily linked to research per se at the university. And that created a most wonderful combination to showcase and to speak to the tagline that we had for our gathering today. So really quite wonderful. Enjoy the rest of the day. Enjoy the richness of the discussions that were there today for our own follow-up. Some of us will gather then at 6 o'clock sharp, please, at the conference and hotel for the Excellence Awards tonight. Colleagues, for those of you who are not aware, we're having the Annual UMP Excellence Awards tonight, recognizing achievement of researchers and staff in 3 categories: research and innovation, teaching, and engagement. And we're also acknowledging, of course, also our newly NRF-rated researchers tonight. So for those of you participating at 6, for the rest, thank you indeed. Please gather outside for additional discussion, networking, and refreshments. And we really, really thank you. And most specifically,